Change lives.
Listen, a monument for the heroes of the regiment. So they made the regiment fall, almost to disgrace. They tried to make the army look small all over the place, because they wanted to rule. They thought the boys were easy to fool. That was trouble at Teteron Bay, oh Lord. But hear what I say, there are brave soldiers in the regiment, men of integrity in the regiment. We know there was a mutiny, not these boys, you must agree. And they joined the mutiny, Rome could never stop the army. Think again, you're bound to see. To them we owe our liberty. We should build a monument for the heroes of the regiment. In April 1970, they had no cannon, they had no gun, they refused to join the mutiny. Why do you see how they had to run through snake-infested jungle and into the sea, all the way to Scotland Bay, Monos and Gaspery? There are great sportsmen in the regiment. There are national heroes in the regiment. We know there was a mutiny, not these boys, you must agree. And they joined the mutiny, Rome could never stop the army. Think again, you're bound to see. To them we owe our liberty. We should build a monument for the heroes of the regiment.
This is I-95.5. Welcome home.
Good morning to everyone, all the listeners of Dependency. My name is retired Brigadier General Ancil Antoine, and I would be dealing part in terms of the history of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, and in particular the action that transpired on the 21st of April 1970 at Teteron Barracks and Port Spain.
So, morning Trinidad and Tobago. Morning, Natasha.
Morning.
And without further ado, Brigadier General Ancil Antoine will share with us. Before we get into the meat of the matter, he will share with us some excerpts from his book to be released, book Attack with Full Force. Brigadier?
Yeah, there's a book that is presently being edited to go to the publishers, Attack with Full Force, that deals with 1990 and the Muslim coup d'etat and the military response to 1990. In dealing with the book on Attack with Full Force, it was necessary to give a short history of the regiment, to situate the regiment on the 27th of July 1990, and also to deal, for instance, with the establishment of the Jamaat al-Muslimin, how they came to be occupying lands at Mokarapo Road. The book is divided into parts. For instance, there's a part dealing with the dispute. Then we have the what I call ambush on the 27th of July, and how the Muslimin attacked police headquarters, the Red House, TTT, how the military responded in terms of Ghanaian soldiers up in Camp Ogden and other places, dismantling the transmitting station so the Abu Bakr couldn't speak to the nation, as the case may be. Then another part deals with containment, how the Muslims were contained in terms of the looting, in terms of TTT, in terms of the Red House. There's a part of negotiations. There was different types of negotiations in 1990. There's a negotiation between the members of parliament and Bilal Abdullah in the Red House, headed by Winston Dukaran. And then there were negotiations between Joseph Theodore, who was then Colonel Joseph Theodore, and Bilal Abdullah, who was at the Red House, and Abu Bakr, who was at TTT. So there's negotiation. There's the amnesty, how the amnesty was drafted in Camp Ogden, how the role of Emmanuel Carter, and then the release and surrender. Colonel Theodore sticking to unconditional surrender. Bilal Abdullah wanted partial surrender with the Muslims being precepted and allowed to carry arms. So the book deals with all that. Today, however, we're dealing with 1970. And the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force was formed in accordance with the Defense Act Chapter 7 of 1962, Chapter 1401, the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. Defense Act charged every unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force with the defense of Trinidad and Tobago and with such other duties as may from time to time be defined by the Defense Council. In 1959, during the period of the West Indian Federation, the foundation of an independent Trinidad and Tobago national security system was laid by the creation of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The Governor of Trinidad and Tobago, through the Ministry of Home Affairs, set up the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. In 1962, the first Minister of Home Affairs was the Honorable Patrick Solomon. The Federation of the West Indies was a political union that lasted from the 3rd of January 1958 to the 31st of May 1962. And its collapse led to the granting of independence to Trinidad and Tobago on the 31st of August 1962. The British Parliament required that the new nation of Trinidad and Tobago be able to offer at least token resistance from external aggression until help arrived from its allies. As a prerequisite to becoming independent, therefore, Great Britain mandated that a military force be established in the colony, so the army had to be established. The disbandment of the Federation Defense Force, also known as the West India Regiment, WIR, which had its headquarters in Jamaica, resulted in its members being given three options if they wanted to continue their career in the military. They could join the British Army, they could stay and join the Jamaica Regiment, or they could join the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment. Initially, the Defense Force consisted of the 1st Battalion, the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, and the Coast Guard. They were separate commands, with the head of the regiment taking the appointment of the commander of the Defense Force whenever the situation demanded. As the Defense Force headquarters did not exist until its creation in 1970. The West India Regiment members utilized all three options available to them, as some opted to join the British Army, some included Trinidadians stayed in Jamaica and joined the Jamaica Regiment, and several others from our neighboring islands came over to Trinidad and Tobago, along with other Trinidadians, and joined the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment. The British therefore seconded 21 officers and other ranks from the British Army, and 214 former members of the West India Regiment were recruited to assist the regiment in its organization, training, and management. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Regiment was officially formed at St. James Barracks on the 23rd of July 1962 and moved to Teteron on the 6th of September that year, where the U.S. government had vacated their facilities. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard was commissioned at Stobles Bay on the 27th of August 1962 with 6 officers, including its commanding officer, Commander Loftus E. Peyton Jones, and 14 Marine police who were given the option to transfer with no loss of benefits from the police force to the defense force. The vessels used were 4 small inshore patrol craft. On the 1st of June 1964, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Pierce Gould, who was the commanding officer of the regiment, handed over command of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment to Lieutenant Colonel J.C.H. Surratt, a local officer, and the British seconded officers and non-commissioned officers ended their period of involvement with our local forces and they left the country. In 1965, another British-born officer, Commander David Bloom, would replace Commander Peyton Jones as the commanding officer of the Coast Guard. On the 9th of February 1968, Lieutenant Colonel Surratt resigned his commission and handed over command to Major Stanley Johnson. Major Johnson was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel the following day. Now that brings us down to 1970.
If you're just joining, you're listening to Dependency, and you're hearing the voice of retired Brigadier General Ancil Antoine, who is introducing the segment today, and from his introduction, you will hear contributions from Staff Sergeant Lou Jones, retired, Staff Sergeant Kenneth Moore, retired, and retired Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Solandi. They were there in Teteron that morning, and you're going to hear from them this morning. We have a lot to share with you. Brigadier?
The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force was not a homogeneous unit after its formation in the 1960s. The military is a mixture of different nationalities, military cultures, experiences, political viewpoints, ideologies, and competing interests. The Defense Force considered former soldier sailors of the British Army and Navy, Caribbean forces from World War II, the disbanded West Indian Regiment, the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and newly recruited nationals of Trinidad and Tobago. The officer corps and enlisted other ranks were populated by soldiers and sailors from many nationalities, including British citizens, Grenadians, Vincentians, Barbadians, Kititians, Antiguans. The opportunity for conflict in the interactions of these competing forces intensified the departure of the British seconded officers, and non-commissioned officers under ascension of leadership by the local officers in 1964. There was an unwritten understanding that the short service former cadet force officers would depart from the Defense Force when the seconded British officers left or soon after, and the Defense Force would be commanded the British trained professional officers from the West Indian Regiment and the young cadre of officers recruited after independence. There was also discontent between the newly recruited enlisted personnel and the non-commissioned officers from the West Indian Regiment, who contained amongst their numbers many members from the other Caribbean islands. Gaylord Kelshall, a former Coast Guard officer, pilot, military historian, claims that there were reports of numerous incidents of discord in the army, with many examples of ill discipline on a regular basis. This is taken from Gaylord Kelshall's book, A Close Run Thing, Port of Spain, Chaguanas Museum, 2010. Rafiksha, former mutineer, trade union leader, opposition leader, member of parliament, in his defense at the court-martial on the 13th and 14th of January 1971, confirms some of the claims made by Kelshall, quoting, "An environment of discontent and ill discipline existed in the regiment in 1970. Discipline in any form was almost non-existent. The soldiers no longer had respect for their superior officers, and the authorities went about solving this by being more repressive. Incidents of violence, especially against certain members of the sergeant's mess, became more frequent. Morale was an all-time low." And a lot of the members of the sergeant mess would have been the West Indian Regiment soldiers who came to Trinidad from the disbanded West Indian Regiment, and a lot of them would have been members from the other islands. The discontent of the different fractions within the Defense Force would be overshadowed by events taking place on the national level that would catapult the young military force onto the national stage. And Mr. Ivor Oxall, in a book entitled Black Intellectuals and Dilemmas of Race and Class in Trinidad and Tobago, states the Black Power Revolution or February Revolution and the Army Mutiny of 1970 was the culmination of a period of street protest in support of an incident at the Sir George Williams University in Canada. Some West Indian students staged a protest against racism that resulted in a fire at the computer lab, and as a result, charges of arson were filed against the protesters. The governor of Trinidad and Tobago became involved when the decision was taken to pay the students' fines. Mr. A.N.R. Robinson, former president and prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago, in his autobiography states that Geddes Granger came to me in the Ministry of External Affairs and sought my assistance for these students. I thought the students should be helped because they were in a foreign country. They were in danger of going to prison. So I went to Williams and pleaded with him, who controversially extended a helping hand. He paid the fines and they were safe from going to prison. This was the feelings of the antagonism which was developing in Trinidad and Tobago among the students.
Right. So in 1968, without any explanation, the command of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment was changed from Lieutenant Colonel J.C. Surratt to the second in command, Major S.L. Johnson, who, upon his appointment as commanding officer, was promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. This was a controversial change, and after the handover ceremony, a displeased Lieutenant Colonel Surratt said the regiment was his and that he would be back. And indeed, he was back in 1970. The new commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel S.L. Johnson, had many ideas about the running of the regiment, and very soon the whole regiment started to feel the pressure from his unusual style of command. It was believed by some that this new commanding officer had come into power prematurely. His role as second in command of the regiment had lasted for such a long time that he had grown accustomed to being led, and because of that, he just could not help himself be a leader. Others felt he had no self-confidence, as he was always trying to prove to the officers and other ranks under his command that he was the best man for the job. Indeed, he had a considerable task. Lieutenant Colonel Johnson found it difficult to follow the footsteps of his predecessor, Lieutenant Colonel Surratt, who cared for his soldiers and was admired by them. Colonel Johnson somehow was unable to gain the soldiers' confidence. During the latter part of 1969, while the majority who was so disenchanted with the government of the day began holding meetings at Woodford Square and were attracting large crowds. The speakers claimed that the citizens were being suppressed and dominated by foreigners, and that the people of this country must have control over their own destiny. Thus, the Black Power movement was formed in Trinidad and Tobago. The women started marching in and around the city of Port-au-Prince, and numbers grew larger with every passing day. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with this reading of sorts after we take this break, and we go into our first installment this morning from retired Staff Sergeant Lou Jones. And of course, the Brigadier General Antoine will stay with us, and at the end of these contributions, before we take your calls, he will share more excerpts from his soon-to-be released book or books, and he will give you a lot insight of military history that we may not have known, and I'm sure he'll be willing to do same. Natasha?
Yes, and just as a reminder to those of you listening, you can review the 11-part series that we did focusing on the mutiny of 1970. All of those videos are up on our YouTube channel, so when you have time you can listen to the entire series, which features the voices of the men who were there.
So without further ado, we take this break, and when we return you will hear first from Staff Sergeant retired Lou Jones, who was in Teteron that morning, and he will give us a step-by-step account of what occurred and what he saw. And of course, those of you who like to join us on Facebook or YouTube, you will see some of the pictures of the situations, the persons and equipment that you would hear mentioned during these testimonies. So without further ado, we take a break, and we'll be back right here. Stay right there, go nowhere.
Hey, Olia, I look in there, Romano. Who riding with me?
What? Oh gosh, you could mash up the line, my boy.
Yeah, cause he's still, We coming, bro. But first, one for the road.
Nah, I real good, my brother. I have to drive Olia home. And besides, with a police on the road.
You's a soft man, or what? Boy, throw back the drink, eh?
Well, I'm told you, boy, I am the designated driver, and I must be responsible. So let rest me with that talk now. Let we go.
Okay, now, boss. Okay, we coming.
Drinking and driving can have devastating consequences. Think before you drink. A message from Eye on Dependency.
Go, sona. I come in. And don't give me no attitude there.
You have shit no manners, boy. I wish I had your touch, boy.
You have to groom them. First, you have to target them. Scope them out. See if they have low self-esteem. Family problems, you know? Then you move in and gain the trust.
I like your glasses.
After that, you feel a need. Some of them like nice things like fancy phones, hairdos, clothes, food. It have ones who only looking for somebody to care and listen to their problems. You feel me? What's important though, you have to isolate them from the people. Let them believe it's all about you
Forget
and them.
I care about you.
Then you get through.
Nice, nice.
Look one right here. Try thing now.
A message from the counter-trafficking unit of the Ministry of National Security.
Eye on Dependency with Garth and Natasha.
Reality radio, at its best, where every life is a biography.
Sundays, at 10 a.m., and exclusively, on I-95.5 FM.
And streamed live, on the Eye on Dependency Facebook page, and YouTube channel.
So before we go into Staff Sergeant Lou Jones, the shot that was heard around the world, Brigadier General Antoine will give us a brief touch on it, Rafik Shah, and then we go straight to Lou Jones.
Rafik, Lieutenant Shah gives his narrative of what occurred outside the battalion headquarters that morning. On the morning of the 21st, faced with a firm decision by the government to clamp down on the protest in a most savage manner, we were ourselves confronted with having to choose our side, a manner of speaking. Should we conform, obey the orders issued to us, and proceed to quell a revolution in a way only the military could by brute force? Or should we follow the dictates of our consciences or political convictions and refuse to be used against our Black Power brothers? After less than 15 minutes discussion in my room at the officers' mess, Rex and I decided we would take control of the army and prevent it being used against our brothers. So the decision was a hasty one. In spite of all the discussions that were taking place before, a plan of action was quickly developed. Arrest the commanding officer, since Johnson was not in camp. That load fell on poor Major Henry Christopher. Take over the ammunition bunker, rally the men, and then, quite frankly, we never got past that stage. And everything that followed, the actual takeover, was decided upon an ad hoc basis. Anyway, men were dispatched to mark the bunker for assault, and Rex and I proceeded to arrest the CO. Since he was not in office, we had to hasten to find Christopher because time was running short. Soon the convoys would leave for their various destinations. Christopher was with the then Captain Julian Spencer outside the administration building, and we decided that although the conditions were not perfect, even though we had no intention of killing anyone, we had to go through with it. The shot rang out in the stillness of early morning Teteron barracks, and it acted as a signal, if it wasn't part of the plan in progress, to seize the barracks, but resulted nevertheless in the subordinates attacking the RSM at the ammunition bunker.
Without further ado, let's hear, as the Brigadier General introduced what happened, let's hear from Lou Jones what he saw that morning. Ladies and gentlemen.
I was in Bravo Company, but attached to training wing for shooting purposes. The morning of 1970, I was on the seafront. That's the morning they declared the state of emergency. And I heard a shot fire. And I said, shot fire. I just saw Bazzi, the young lieutenant. He was in a camouflage jacket, the first camouflage jacket I see somebody wearing. I heard that he was heading to Tublesby. When I heard the shot fire, I walked towards the building, which we used to call the offices and the stores. I saw two persons on the ground, one was like this, lying down on another one. When I looked under the door, they had this kind of half a door with the spring. I saw these two bodies. One was warrant officer, Ram Narayan. He was my company sergeant major. He was holding on Rex LaSalle on the ground. like he was wrestling. And then he kicked a rifle that was next to him, and he said, Jones, take that rifle. And I hear him telling LaSalle, sir, cool it, sir, cool it. I take the rifle, I kite through the drills. It had one round in the chamber and 2 in the magazine. I was walking towards the stores, and I saw the talking and thing, and I looked into the office, the door was open. I saw Shah talking with Bob Allen and Major Spencer. He was a captain at the time, came in, and he was talking with them. By the time I took the rifle to the stores and come back, I heard that they were taking them up to put them under close arrest. When I went back by the office and I looked, I saw Colonel Christopher very emotional, and he was in tears. Then it came out that what really transpired is that they tried to take Colonel Christopher to take command of the company, LaSalle and Shah. During the course of the week prior to that, he was getting a platoon ready. So when they declared the state of emergency, I said when he was preparing to go out to the platoon as they planned. But then when I walked down by the stores, a little while after, I saw Prince, who was a batch, he was in the motor platoon, tell me come and see this. So I had a binoculars. He had a binoculars too. And looking up across the square up to the band room there by the bunker, I saw a vehicle parked by the bunker with Nore, Lion, and another guy we used to call Shmoo, Mahmoud. And they had them with their hands up and they had the bunker door open. So I realized something taking place. What had happened before is that Stanley Miles and Hazel came into the stores and took 2 weapons and went up by the bunker. Utu was the man who would have the keys for the bunker. And they went up there. A little while after, Nori come down the road, they had the sick parade under the mango tree. And he tell them, get away, and he starts shooting up in the air and everybody starts scampering. Well, it was chaos from there. People started running out by the sea, who diving in the water, who running down in the direction of the officers left on the edge of the sea, going to Scotland Bay. In the chaos there, I realized they had released Shah and LaSalle from the cell. During that chaos, I heard the Coast Guard boat was out in front. And I went and I have a look from outside the stores. I saw it pulling, and then start firing in the direction of the barn room. It fired a few shots about 6, and then it stopped. Then a lieutenant they called Gordon, Squingy Gordon, came with a megaphone, stood up on the jetty. He had the megaphone talking to them on the boat. I couldn't hear what he was saying. He was pointing in the direction of the boat. Then I saw him take off his shoes, take off his shirt. He left the megaphone and boots on his shirt right by my feet. And he drove off the jetty and swam towards the boat. They threw life preservers and he held on to it and they climbed up on the boat. And they were talking on the boat. I took the binoculars and I looked towards the bridge of the boat. And I saw Richard Kelshaw moving. Williams was on the boat. They were in white. And I saw somebody in the boat in army uniform. And I knew it wasn't Squingy Gordon because he never. But on the bridge I saw somebody in uniform, and his face looked like Colonel Johnson, who was the commanding officer then. And I saw his face on the boat, but I never say anything because I heard that he was absent, and nothing ever really come out into where he was. And whatever they did to get rid of him eventually came out of him being absent from the camp. But I was surprised when I heard they didn't know where he was. But the day that they released Shah and LaSalle, when LaSalle and them asked for a fall-in, everybody gathered on the roadway, facing the dining hall. And LaSalle came and he spoke. He said, we're going to leave here and go to camp up then. And he wanted everybody to get ready and to prepare to move out to camp up then. He telling everybody who was there. When he finished speaking, he said, who want to go could leave. The first person to step out was Rock Salandi. Rock Salandi come out. Then a few men came out. The rest they remained with. I went into the dining hall and I hear them talking and then they shouting, power. I say, something wrong with this thing. Where does this power come from? After the shouting and talking and all the different kind of orders that they had from LaSalle, they come with a truck with ammunition. And they start issuing ammunition to everybody. Then they form up a convoy. By that time, a plane came in. I don't know from where, but I saw the little light aeroplane making short turns low and coming up across Teteron. And this soldier they call Joe Bacchus fired some rounds at it. After that, it never came back. And After they collect all the ammunition and people start gathering and they start coming up in convoy, I went down to the stores and one of my batch, McNeil was his name, came and he knocking on the door. A soldier named Bushell was the duty storeman in the stores lock up. Say he ain't coming out. I heard him say that from since really he ain't coming out. So they knock on the door and I'm saying, well, Bushell not there. He not answering. And McNeil say, I know Bushell in there. And somebody come with a rifle and cock the rifle and tell him if he open the door, they go shoot the lock. I hear the lock go clack. And Bushell open the stores. They go inside, they take rifles. So I asked one of them, I said, we're only going with all these rifles. One of them replied, those rifles are for the brothers outside. I say, who brothers? They say, like, you don't know what's going on or? They load up the rifle up on the truck, they load GPMG up, or 50 rifles. They wanted to empty the stores and everything, and ammunition, all of that on this little truck. A small open tray truck. Then I walk around to the front, I hear them saying the plane might come back this time with bomb. I say, to me, I have to leave this place. Who leave him right here, leave him right wherever going out. Well, they form a convoy. And the convoy park up from by the guard room, coming right back all to the MI room. They take off all the covers off the truck, all the covers off the Jeep. And they say they're waiting on the last round to give instructions before they leave. I went up on the last truck. Me, George Simon, who was an athlete, and my buddy, Teteron. He was the company clerk in Bravo Company. He said they're going to camp up and he want to get out, so we're going out. So we jump up on the truck and we sit down in that truck for about an hour. Then Chekos, a couple named Chekos, he pull up in a Jeep, jump out from the Jeep, and somebody else was driving. He had men in it, they were fully armed. I remember Mahmoud was sitting, climbing grenade that they had ducked from the bunker. They had cargo staff, and I hear Chekos saying, he said, imagine me, Chekos, on Trinidad and Tobago television announcing, this is the People's Army. After this thing began, and I thought they were confined to the army. But then they tell him don't leave. He wanted to go in front as an advance party because they find the convoy was staying too long to leave. He said his job is to go and take over television also. When he said that, I started to say, what I had to get out of this place. Then finally, Lafal pull up in a Jeep and he gets in front of the convoy and he stopped. Stand up, was on the passenger side of the Jeep, and he said, this is the beginning of a new dawn. Let's go. And then start up all the vehicles and they drive off. And the last truck and the ambulance behind the truck we on. Arthur was driving that truck. Reach up on the hill, convoy stop. We're on the front, must be near the Coast Guard because we right up on the back, the last truck. And here they say they have a bus in the road and who could drive bus? Somebody say Arthur was driving the truck I was on. He jumped off the truck, Arthur gone down. Next thing I hear the bus car move. We come off for the trucks now. Next thing I see the Coast Guard boat back in, going and still going out. Then it started a fire up on the hill above us. Well, I had to take cover. I didn't want to go near to the truck I was on because that truck was loaded with ammunition. I didn't want to take no chance. I move a little away in the grass. Next thing shots start firing, more shots firing, and then the hill, big gravel and thing coming. Then I hear somebody go, a man getting hooked. And they come up the road, running. One of them had a helmet in his hand. The helmet had a hole in it. And they said, Chubups Bailey, like he get hooked. As far as I could think, I believe he was dead already. But they get the ambulance to go, but the shot still firing. Shah came and he used the megaphone, went on the edge overlooking the sea and shouting, hold your fire. A man come with a cargo staff. Shah rightfully tell the man not to fire the boat. He tell them hold the fire, they have a wounded man and they want them pass. The bus that was blocking the road where Bailey and them was trying to push, and before he got hooked, apparently they take the battery or they pull the wires or the bus couldn't start, so they decided to push it off the road and try to push it on the edge of the cliff so that the Jeep could pass with Bailey, and they drive off and go on. All that time meant machine gun on the edge of the thing and load up and ready to shoot at the boat, but the boat stopped firing, and then Shah say they had to go and decide what they had to do, see if they could clear the road up front now that they get the Jeep to go through. And they dilly-dally. I say let me go back in Teteron.
So that was the account of retired Staff Sergeant Luke Jones, who was at Teteron on that fateful day, and he recounted in some detail exactly what he saw, who he saw, and what took place. And he, like many of the other soldiers on that day, were just trying to get out of Teteron because they were not sure what would happen. You know, Coast Guard boats firing on the square and across the square, and then firing on the convoy that was trying to leave Teteron to head to Ogden.
We're not done yet, folks. We're not done yet. You're going to hear from Staff Sergeant retired Kenneth Moore now, after this break, because he's going to take us further into it, and you're going to talk about the case, and you're going to see the soldiers in court, and if you're a student of history, you get a chance to see the lawyers he spoke about, like Alison Phillips and Teteron, and his situation, how he got involved that morning. It gets better, and remember, you want to see these people, you feel free to join us via Facebook or YouTube so you can take the journey with us. In studio, we have retired Brigadier General Ancil Antoine. After this break, we'll be back with more. Stay right there.
Yes, girl. Online here with this weirdo named Larry. I'm getting rid of him now. Let's take a selfie. It looking good, boy. I put it online.
Hey, I thought you say you went to the beach with your parents.
Who's you?
It's me, Larry, from online.
Oh gosh, it's really making hot today, boy.
Mommy, what you drinking?
I'm trying to cool down in this heat. Beer is not for you though. Only adults can have alcohol.
But Mommy, alcohol is not for you either. Pregnant women not supposed to drink alcohol.
Where you hear that?
Mr. Garth from Dependency was telling us in school about fetal alcohol syndrome. That's what babies get when mommies drink while they're pregnant. I don't want a brother or sister like that, Mommy.
Okay, you're right. I'll go drink water instead, because I want this baby to be a happy, healthy child just like you.
Thank you, Mommy.
Drinking while pregnant can have devastating consequences. Think before you drink. A message from Eye on Dependency.
Eye on Dependency will be a morning show in 2022.
That's right. Eye on Dependency marks 20 years on the air. We're taking our groundbreaking brand radio to a whole new audience. From the team that took you inside prisons in the UK.
I was being held and charged for conspiracy to import cocaine into the UK.
We spoke with men and women who have paid for their crimes.
They didn't tell me if I bring him back and I get catch, I'll get 14 years imprisonment. They didn't say that.
We brought you the glamour of feature film.
I do have a package to drop off in Trinidad.
For you, Alejandro, anything.
I will pay you each 5,000 euros.
And the squalor of death row.
It's a common person from a case in the High Court in Port of Spain, and it was in common might get pain from the gate.
And of course, the testimonies of men and women with drug use disorders.
I was quite devastated and got involved with the wrong company.
The man who I used to deal with, he gave me a job to drive him around, just to go and buy cocaine and smoke cocaine.
From Toronto to London, New York to Los Angeles, Scarborough to Point Fortin, and everywhere in between, Eye on Dependency has been your source for drug information. Join us as we move to Sunday mornings, 10 a.m. Don't miss Eye on Dependency. Listen live on I-95.5 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook and YouTube. Eye on Dependency. We don't just share stories. We change lives. We change lives.
Eye on Dependency with Garth and Natasha.
Reality radio, at its best, where every life is a biography.
Sundays, at 10 a.m., and exclusively, 95.5 FM.
And streamed live on the Eye on Dependency Facebook page and YouTube channel.
Thank you for staying with us, and let's go right away now to Staff Sergeant Kenneth Moore, retired Staff Sergeant Kenneth Moore, as he give his account of what he saw, what he experienced that morning in Teteron Barracks, and ending up to the court, and then following which you'll hear from Lieutenant Colonel retired Wendell Salandi. But let's hear retired Staff Sergeant Kenneth Moore.
I'm 3434, retired Staff Sergeant Kenneth Moore.
Could you tell us of your experience of 1970 and what role you would have played then?
In 1970, I was attached to one of the stores, the company. That morning, as you're well aware of all the chaos that happened, shooting in Teteron, mayhem, confusion, and at some point, men rushed down to the stores where I was. We were standing outside because from the stores you could hardly see what's happening up by the guard room or the bunker, but you could hear shots and other things. But there were people rushing about. This time, several people came down to the stores, actually forced me and Sergeant Jeffrey into the stores, demanding the keys to open the place. Jeffrey, who was the CQMS, fumbling with the keys and then threatening to shoot off the lock. I decided to open the lock to the storeroom, and they took all the arms. I can't say they took all of it, but certainly the majority of it. From there, it gives me time now to walk around to see what's happening in the camp. They probably load this on the truck. I know they took it on. There were several men. I also was one of those, after a while, see a convoy heading out of Teteron and join that convoy. Somewhere about the 5th or 6th truck. While going up the hill from Teteron is when that situation with the firing in front, and we got down on the ground, and then we got word that a man was shot and most likely dead. That caused a retreat to Teteron. When I got back to Teteron, somebody just told me just to take a walk. I'm going behind the MI room, and there's a group of men heading further behind the MI room, and they seem to be heading out of camp, going over to Grand Road side. I decided to follow these men. Within that time is when they had the shooting of the light aircraft that passed over. We walked at night, almost in pitch dark. I thought we were somewhere in Diego Martin the next morning, only to realize that we were just above the area just outside of Teteron, Grand Road. Something dawned on me at that time, where I just felt the urge to do what I know I do best. Go on my own. I don't follow anybody. And I decided to follow any road that leads out of there and get on to some sort of civilization. I took a road and headed out. Somewhere along the roadway, soldiers and public Coast Guard personnel on a jeep came up, took me to Defense Force headquarters, where I saw a lot of other men, some who I'd seen in Teteron the morning. We had interrogations and asking where were you, what part you play. Of course, I had to give them the story of the men storming the locker and all that. From there, we were taken to police headquarters. From there, a series of situations followed me. They stripped me of my boots, my beret, more interrogation, and we were taken to a cell in Belmont. When I got there were about 5 or 6 other soldiers in that cell. They were only dressed in their jockey shorts, their underpants. I was the only one who was fully clothed. I felt so bad for them. They spent a few days clamoring for changes to get uniform and whatever. In that cell was a guy they called Rodriguez. Now this is an incident I remember like yesterday. Rodriguez was one of those, and he had lived not too far from where we live. And it's not the Rodriguez they call sexy. This one was a very versatile fellow, but I'm very sure he had some screws loose. Rodriguez was in that set, and one day he called the person in charge of the police station, superintendent or sergeant, and the guy came to the cell door. Rodriguez, being so agile, dipped into that manhole holster from through the cell and pulled out his revolver. Well, there's a scamper and a rattle outside when they cleared out the guard room outside. I ended up standing behind Rodriguez and looked down into the chamber of this revolver, only to see there's rounds in the chamber. Well, the guys in there were pleading him to throw that gun because we don't know what's going to happen now. Eventually, Rodriguez went to the cell door and tossed the gun out. Well, that gave us some sort of attention. Now, we started getting people coming and the guys got some clothes to put on. But that moved me from that cell, along with now deceased Ronald Fu, and they took us to St. Clair. From St. Clair, we spent a few days there, and Seret came and spoke to us and said, well, he's now back around and he's in charge, and we'll be released soon. Sometime after we were relieved, we went back to Camp Ogden. There was an easy calm in the camp, as you well imagine. Some of the men I know were in Teteron, but they're all in there now, mixed up in Camp Ogden. On the 4th of June, I'll never forget that day, a bus came out. Most likely it came from Teteron. Jam crammed with personnel, and they start calling names of people who they're going to arrest. Of course, my name called. I got arrested. By this time, LaSalle and Shah and Dazi was in the Royal Jail. We spent some days there, and about 6 or 8 of us to a cell, and then the trial started. Now, this was my piece of the blessing, because I tell you, I've never been to a courthouse before, and this gave me a sort of look of what happens in a courtroom. There was this sort of elegance in the Attorney General then, Carl Philip, and his main prosecutor was Theodore Guerra, a very in-your-face type of guy, even for people who came there as witnesses and became hostile along the way. But what I observed more than anything else was the craftiness of a top lawyer they call Arlington Ward. The man is smooth, playing along with a piece of string while he's asking questions, and gradually twisting Lieutenant Mike Bazzi out of the main picture. As you're well aware, LaSalle and Shah seem to be the main people, and his name is called very little in this situation. But I think it was from the good working of that top lawyer. There were other good lawyers too. There was Aeneas Will, a dapperly dressed gentleman with a fierce way of asking questions. The rasping voice of Alexander. And there was also people like Desmond Allen, but he didn't have much to do. They didn't say much of him. So that was a collection of lawyers that would make any young lawyer dream come true. Strange enough, some of the situations that we had is some of the witnesses that when they had to come up, the dock is full with people, The place is packed with, it's about 76 men. Fortunately, I was one of those who didn't have a good seat. We were sitting, 3 of us were sitting on a bench in the front of the courtroom. And I was taking in very carefully what's happening every day that we went to hear what part they were calling me on. We were charged for treason. This is a big crime. And when Ancil Philip wrote that charge, you felt like if you killed the Queen. And Theodore Guerra was rubbing it in. So some of the men who had to come up to point out, as they say, that this soldier did something, and they say, you see him in the gallery there? He said, yes, go up and point him out. And they were so scared, some of them coming up there to do that, even pointing out the wrong person, either accidentally or just being fearful of what has happened at the time. At the end of all of that, I was one of those people that was freed. Insufficient evidence. And I went back to Camp Ogden. But the long courtroom drama remained etched in my mind. It will stay so forever. I was not so very much concerned about what happened because the charges were read out and say from 21st of April that we did something. And the only thing that they called my name for is going into the stores where I worked. I think that was a trivial matter. But I was concerned about what happened before. Because remember the Black Power thing was building up. And you remember Lou Jones talking about we had to come into camp every Sunday for a church parade. And I was one of those living in Point Fontaine. I had to come up from Point off on a Saturday, get down to Point, and I had to hustle back up to get to church parade. And many times I got confined to barracks for that because I didn't make it back up, or I just decided not to come up. Having so much of that, I decided to take a new course of action, come up and just wander around Port of Spain. And I wandered into a little place on Frederick Street one of these Sundays where some group of men, Black Power, Like, we're having a sort of lecture or so going on. I went in just to hear, being inquisitive. And I went there about 2 or 3 Sundays. I heard Kaffa Kamba. Occasionally when they were talking, I could hear talk of when we go to the hill. It started to ring a different bell to me. At one time, they stopped those meetings and they said they're moving to Belmont. And I said I didn't like that Belmont thing. Again, my little institution told me stay away from that. But then from there is when the National Union Freedom Fighters was formed. Somebody from there might come and tell you what happened in Belmont, but the nucleus of that thing started from those meetings, where people were there hinting about going to the hills. And I thought that was the reason somebody said that of me being in these meetings. And I thought because that's closest to treason as I could get. So I was worried about that. So when that did not come up at all, I felt very much relieved that the minor situation at the stores was not going to put me in any big trouble. I had to beg my parents, don't worry. Still got a little lawyer for me who had to say 2 words. Most he had to say, this more you're speaking about was the man in charge of the stores. The person answered yes. And so by the end of the trial, I was one of those who were released. And then they move on to charge the other man for mutiny, which now was far more intense, and it looked like it was going to be in trouble, as it turned out to be. Well, the rest is history, and you know how that ended. But again, before I go, I want to thank you for making me relive some of the things that happened 50 years ago to put into that puzzle that you're making. It might be a small part, but it fits in somewhere. It taught me a lesson. It taught me never to end up in a courthouse. Even though you tell the truth or you lie, you will be so chastised in a courthouse that you might as well stay away.
Let's go back to being directed to open your stores. Was this done under gunpoint?
I tell you, men with blood in their eyes. It was more than gunpoint. There were several men. It was a mad rush. They were even trying to say if they can't get the door open, they're going to shoot it off. Now, joining the convoy, that was the only thing happening in camp. Everybody was on the convoy. There were 1 or 2 stragglers. I don't know if they didn't get on or what. But they say we heading out of Teteron. And that was good enough for me.
You just wanted to get out of Teteron?
I wanted to get out of Teteron. Now, that ended up to be good and bad in 2 ways. Because if I was in Teteron, they might have asked me to do this and do that, which would be good grounds for mutiny.
The men who perpetrated this act, did you ever interact with them after that?
Well, remember, we spent a long time in the trial, and I couldn't pick out one face or the other that came to the stores. As a matter of fact, I was learning of the stories that happened in Teteron during the trial, because a lot of things I didn't know about. I wasn't even there. But the men were very cagey, and up to now, I too had kept my story very low-key. I am giving you the best of the story that I give to anybody.
That was the voice of retired Staff Sergeant Kenneth Moore and his very interesting part and role in the mutiny. He was, in fact, among those who was arrested and court-martialed for his part in it. Thankfully, he faced no, consequence, but it gave him a very different perspective on the events. And as he said, he learned about a lot about what actually took place during that court-martial, at which was an extraordinary event, certainly for the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force in its infancy, really.
Yes. I say good morning to Francis Ulsolia, Alison Salandi out there in New York, Benton out there in New York as well. Annette Morning, Luis from Venezuela joining us. Thank you very much, Bianca, and all the rest of you who joined us here, and Leon, thank you all very much for joining us for this journey. In studio we have retired Brigadier General Ancil Antoine, who we'll hear more from after we hear final testimony from Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Salandi, who actually, that calypso we played from Brian, Heroes of the Regiment. Someone was asking me about how we could describe them as heroes when they tried to overthrow the country. But what Brian, if you listen to the lyrics carefully, and we play it for you again, he was singing about the men who refused to be part of the mutiny. And he also went on to say that if they had joined the mutiny, nobody really could not have stopped, if it was well planned. if it was properly well executed. Right, Brigadier?
Correct.
If it was, and you will hear Colonel Solandi say that to himself too, why he refused to join. He stood up like a rock and he said, I don't want no part of this because it was not well planned and it cannot be properly executed. This is why there was so much chaos involved. So let's keep that. Let's go straight to Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Solandi. Shortman, let's hear from him. And he's one of the men who say he's one of the heroes of the regiment, as you heard Brian say. So let's go straight to Colonel Solandi.
My number is 0044, Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Solandi. I'm a former member of the West India Regiment. I joined on the 22nd of June 1959. I spent 3 years in Jamaica, had the opportunity to be involved in some combat where the West India Regiment and the Royal Hampshire Regiment had to deal with the disturbance of one Reverend Henry and some men who tried to overthrow the government of Jamaica in 1960.
With respect to 1970, could you tell us about what you experienced on that morning in Teteron Barracks?
In 1970, I was a staff sergeant. I was the married quarters accommodation sergeant attached to the quartermaster stores. The person responsible for all married quarters and government quarters for soldiers. I normally inspect them and have a team that goes around and check them and things like that. On the morning of the 21st of April, I did a battalion falling where we were addressed by Colonel Christopher, then Major, who was the second in command of the regiment. After he had completed his address, I left, went down to the stores, armory, collect my rifle, and head to the sergeant's mess. 8:45 to be exact. I heard some shots being fired from the area of the bunker and the quartermaster stores. So I tried to get out of the mess to see what was happening. And then shots were being fired at the sergeant's mess. So I crawled back into the sergeant's mess and I went into the washroom where I met Warrant Officer Charles sitting on the base of one of the bathrooms. And I went into the bathroom and stand up. After that, I heard more shots again. I went back to the louvers and looked up to the area and I saw 2 persons standing there in the gabardine. So I knew it had to be some officer. When I looked properly, I recognized it was Sergeant Major French, the RSM, and Payne, RQMS Payne. And they had both hands up in the air and there were soldiers behind them with weapons. So I recognized this was serious business. And I'm seeing vehicles driving up and down from the bunker to the gas station. So it was kind of melee at that time. So I went back to the mess and I heard a number of soldiers came to the mess. See, they come to the sergeant and the sergeant mess and all this kind. As I said, I was in the washroom, so I couldn't see what was happening outside here. But I'm hearing the noise. Then 2 soldiers came into the bathroom. They told Mr. Charles, get up, come, you come. Then I heard somebody said to him, anyone else in there? He said, no. He said, fire 1, 2 shots and make sure they come out. I stood the ground because where I was standing, I could have seen the mirror and I could have seen all the actions they're doing. So the guy said he shot, there wasn't anyone there, and he walked out. And the next thing I heard again is the sergeants going to the corridor and being escorted down to the guard room. After I realized they were locked up in the bar, and eventually they came out under pressure and they were escorted to the guard room. A few minutes after, I saw a lot of vehicles driving up and down, forming a convoy right in front of the guard room, going back to the medical room. I say, but this thing getting serious. Every time I look, I see it getting more serious. Then I saw the vehicles left. I knew not one of the drivers were Mahmoud. They left and they went up, leaving Teteron. Then I heard some heavy gunfire. And then I saw people coming back down to Teteron. They running, coming back down to Teteron. I said, what the hell of a thing is this? Then I saw a small plane, airplane, and I saw the shooting at the plane. I actually saw that. They were shooting at the plane. Then a lot of them came into the sergeant's mess. There were a lot of civilian workers. I remember one, Mr. Bostic, who used to work at the transport department, came into the mess. And we were discussing, talking what's happening and things like that. In the afternoon, approximately 1700 hours, I heard a battalion falling low. I responded to that falling outside the medical room. They had approximately 100 and something to 200 men. Lassell and Shah were present. And Lassell said, I remember him saying quite clearly, all who want to go and help black brothers in Port Spain, fall in on his right. And who against them, fall in on the left. He repeated a second time. I was leaning on a post and I moved forward. I said, sir, I am not with you all. I am not in this thing. I heard at the time a machine gun cocked. And I looked and I saw who cocked the gun too. And I walked away and then Mr. Shah was standing there and he said, so Rock, you're not with us. I said, no. He said, why? I said, because if we're moving as a regiment, we must have orders, normal ground situation, mission execution. People must be able to go back and brief the troopers, and we don't move in this fashion. I told him so. So I'm not with you. There was one soldier who took the names of everybody who on that side and that. But there was one soldier by the name of John P. He eventually tried to cross on my side and move through the court slowly. And eventually he came across on my side. That's one thing I remember. So that was so far for the 21st. After that, while I was walking all around the place, I was one man in Teteron had my beret properly fixed. Not turning wrong side, properly fixed my beret on my head. A number of senior people had the berets turned around. I saw that. The black part of the beret on the outside and the green part on the inside. I had my beret with my star on my head throughout. But that didn't worry me. I joined the army to be a soldier. I signed on the dotted line to die for the right of what I believe in. And that's how I looked at it. So I was able to walk around the camp. I recall the afternoon, I decided to go down to the dining hall to get something to eat. And a soldier said, you can't get no bread in here. So I called a guy named Tom. His name was Thomas. I said, Tom, can I get a bread? I want to sergeants in the mess still who are around. I'm locked them up as yet. Tom said, listen, soldier, before I tell you to take the bread up for the staff sergeant, you better give the sergeant the bread. And the soldier gave me about 4 bread, and I walked up back to the sergeant's mess. The other sergeant who were Ramnarine, Applewhite, John King, they were in the mess. Staff Sergeant Williams, I remember him too. But most of the other guys were locked up. On the Wednesday morning, I got up and I went to the guard room. I saw soldiers, guarding officers and sergeants locked up in the guard room. So I went to them and I said, I wanted to speak to Hazel and Bentley. So they said, listen now. Anyhow, go ahead. And I went, I spoke with Bentley and I spoke with Hazel and then I went back to the sergeant's mess. But I must mention that it was tension in Teteron. People were scared, some people were okay, but the guys like Norrie, Pakistan, these guys were operating as normal. I think it's on Thursday morning or Wednesday evening, I looked out at the sea and I saw some battleships facing Teteron barracks. I remember that quite well. I saw it. At this time, I told Apple, listen, I getting out of here, because when you hear those people start to fire, it's everybody getting killed in this place, But it seemed as though in the mess, there was a story. So the person went and told Mr. Shah, and then they come and they say, I hear you want to get away and you want to this and that. And they decided to arrest me tonight. They came and they took me and they took the other sergeants and them, and then they went and they took the guys from the guard room, that's his name Johnson, and all the sergeants, and they marched just down to the training wing back room, that's the one next to the dining hall. They had blocked it right around with lockers and sealed it off and things like that, and they put us in there. So we spent a few days there. Well, I enjoyed it. Playing cards right through, but they were not harassing us. But it's like, if we tried to escape, they're going to shoot us. But nobody is trying to escape. They don't lock up inside here already. Saturday morning, 11 o'clock, we release. We were to report to the Combined Services Officers Mess. That's where Brigadier and all his team, they were staying there. And when I reached here, the first thing Brigadier told me, say, Salandi, I would like you to go and take over the stores from Major Luke at the time. I went there, I took over all the ammunition and everything, and I was controlling that. I had up with me Stuart and White. 3 of us manned that thing there for a period of time. And I recall one day, Bowers came there and he said, Salos, give me some ammunition. I said, partner, you can't get ammunition, so here, you have to sign for it. I said, sign here. So he signed, he take about 20 rounds of ammunition, and he went across the Brigadier said and said, you have a good man there.
No, you went to trial as a witness.
I sat on every court-martial with Dan Juma, Mills Odui, who was the judge advocate, and all these people. And the day they came to Teteron, because you had to verify where you say you saw certain things. And I recall when I told them when I saw what was taking place, they went down into the drain. And then Danjuma said, oh yes, he's consistent.
They were eventually freed of all charges.
Yes, there was some charge of condonation or something and they wanted.
How did you feel about that?
Well, I was cool, because I am a soldier. Every time I saw a man do something, I write it down on a piece of paper, And then I went and gave my evidence based on that. This is fact. Every person I caught, I had to go and touch them in court. A lot of soldiers say, when we come from here, we're going to kill the grass on your lawn and all you. And I wasn't worried about that. Up to now, they'll come back and kill the grass on my lawn. Because I know I was speaking the truth. So that was my role really in the thing, you know. That was my role in 1970. And I'd always say, if it happened again, I'll do the same thing.
Now, do you think that these events of 1970 should be recorded?
I personally believe so, and I thought what you are doing there, if everybody speak the truth of the part they played, one can put it in an order of sequence, and you will tell the story, what transpired. And that would be very good. I will support that 100%, because that's history, eh? That is history of Trinidad and Tobago.
And that was the voice of retired Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Solandi. And we just give you this next week Sunday, please God, is going to be the cliffhanger, as you know, because you're going to hear the role of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard and what they played. Ironically, the Prime Minister spoke about, in one of his platform contribution, about Commander Bloom. And there turns out there are a number of people who didn't even know who Commander Bloom was, and people ask him, who's he talking about? Because he mentioned about the use of the technology now to keep track of subversive elements in our society, and he mentioned Commander Bloom. So next week, Sunday, God's willing, you're going to hear from Commander Bloom, and you're going to hear from, in person, some of the men who actually, like Colonel Solandi, Lou Jones, and Barbell, and all of these folks, and of course, Rear Admiral Kelshall. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have the man who started it, that's Rafik Shah, and the man who ended it on the same program? Well, let's see if that will happen next Sunday, God's willing, with Rafik Shah and Rear Admiral Kelshall on the same program, because I don't think they ever...
That could be explosive, let me put it out, because I don't think there's any love lost between both men over the years. But, I mean, it would be interesting if they're both willing and able, yes.
It would be. It would be. What do you think, Brigadier?
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I tried to bring them together before, but it didn't work out, so...
Yeah. I don't think the Rear Admiral have much empathy for the cause and much affection. But he, taking that was his first experience in combat as well. You know, but... So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we have a chat with Brigadier General Ancil Antoine now on the way forward. We're talking military this morning. As you know, the 21st of April was when everything happened in 1970. It started, but we had the Black Power Revolution, and we had everything happening at the same time. The 70s, they were very busy in the 70s, Brigadier.
Very busy.
Yeah, it was. I could remember we had Abdul Malik, that situation with the Christina Gardens situation too as well. So the
revolutionary decade.
Yeah, the roaring 70s as Valentino put it. So we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to return with Brigadier General Ancil Antoine to continue this discussion. And of course, we take your calls to tell us, where were you in 1970? What did you hear, or did you know of anything that happened? Were you even born yet? Natasha wasn't born yet.
I'm still a child of the 70s, nonetheless.
I was 10 years old.
Right? Forward to the people.
We take a break. We'll be back.
Hey, all here. I look in there, Romano. Who riding with me?
What? Oh gosh, you could mash up a line, my boy.
Yeah, cause he's still, we coming, bro. But first, one for the road.
Nah, I real good, my brother. I have to drive all the home. And besides, it's a police on the road.
You're a soft man, or what? Boy, throw back the drink, eh?
Well, I'm told you, boy, I am the designated driver and I must be responsible. So let's rest me without talking now. Let we go.
Okay, now, boss. Okay, we coming.
Drinking and driving can have devastating consequences. Think before you drink. A message from Eye on Dependency.
Give me my phone.
What you doing taking them kind of pictures? I'll tell mommy.
And I'll tell her you invaded my privacy.
Privacy? When you send those pics, you lose all privacy. It's like setting up a billboard with your naked pics for the world to see.
Those pictures are for my boyfriend's eyes only, and he'll never do that to me.
Yes, he can, or one of his friends or family. or someone can steal his phone. Sending naked pics can open you up to embarrassment for you, your family, and friends. You can be harassed by bullies. Your pics can be uploaded to websites and seen by everybody, even the wrong people, sex offenders. It can also affect you getting a good job in the future. Once those pictures go out, you can never get them back.
Okay, I'll tell my boyfriend to delete them, and I'll delete these. I'm glad I have a smart little sister.
I'm still telling Mommy.
Eye on Dependency with Garth and Natasha.
Reality radio, at its best, where every life is a biography.
Sundays, at 10 a.m., and exclusively, on 95.5 FM.
And streamed live, on the Eye on Dependency Facebook page, and YouTube channel.
Thank you for staying with us, folks. This is our Dependency, and we have in studio retired Brigadier General Ancil Antoine. And if you're just joining us, well, you missed 3 testimonies from men from Lou Jones, retired Staff Sergeant Lou Jones, retired Staff Sergeant Kenneth Moore, retired Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Salandi, and their experience in Teteron barracks on that morning. Before we go to the Brigadier, folks, I hope you all paid attention to that last promo. Because coming out of that incident, a young lady lost her life. And I beg young women again, please, do not, for whatever it's worth, agree for anyone to put you on camera, to film you in your weakest moment. Never do it. No matter how much they love and they promise you that they're not going to show it to anybody, they lie. They will show someone, and that someone will show someone else. And you saw the end result of what happened just recently.
Can we equally issue an advisory to men? Because I'm sure it was an adult who took that video of that child.
Yes.
Do not do this to children. Because she's a child. Why are you grooming her into these kind of activities at this age? That's not appropriate. Just don't do it.
And I wish the police would charge you too.
Correct. I wish they find that person.
Because as a result of you releasing that video, the child is dead.
Correct.
So I hope the police paying attention to you as well, because you shouldn't let off easy at all. It's really sad. But again, we urge you young women, you urge you parents, speak with your children. Please, we beg of you. Speak with them. Do not accept any brownies and cookies and marijuana because they're now lacing it with cocaine. Remember, you cannot unpop a pill, you cannot unsmoke a joint. Keep that in mind. Talk to your children. And this weekend here, you'll be very careful. I want to say happy anniversary to the batch of 1982. We celebrated 40 years. It's really it was a pleasure serving with you all, and happy anniversary. And thank you to Mr. John Gossob.
Yes, who sent us in the mail a framed image. We were kind of stunned to receive it, but thank you very much for taking the time to do that for us. And we appreciate it. Thank you for listening, if you're a listener to Independency.
So where were you in 1970, Brigadier? Where were you in 1970?
In 1970, actually, I was a student attending Trinity College. So I was part of the marches, the Black Power protests prior to the state of emergency in 1970. But the actual day, 21st of July, I was at home watching all the... Well, I live in St. Paul Street area. So there are a lot of people who were lost and we were guiding them through the Laventille Hills and so forth after what transpired in the morning of 21st of April.
So you decided to join the military right after?
Yes, I joined the military in 1973. I was a member of the first batch after 1970. After 1970, it is clear that the government intended to disband or downsize deliberately the regiment. So there was no recruiting until the advent of the NUF, National Union of Freedom Fighters, in the 73, when they began to attack communications in a confrontation with the police, which was a spin-off really and truly from the Black Power Revolution. And it's then that the government decided to recruit soldiers, and I was one of those soldiers who was recruited.
And those soldiers were recruited in the main to run down these NUF fighters in the hills.
We went straight into, as you say, the bush.
Yeah.
After we passed out.
Yeah.
Oh, you all hit the ground running?
Hit the ground running.
Who led your who your leaders then, or your CEO?
Actually, Brigadier Alfonso was one of the training instructors. Okay. Some of the NCOs was John Job, who became an officer. Yes. Innocent Debiset, who became an officer. They were two platoon commanders, platoon sergeants. Sorry. Alfonso was the training officer, and Colonel Norris Baden Semper was the company commander of training wing at the time.
Okay.
And we had an account from Mr. Job for our 1970 series as well, and he described some of his encounters in the bush with enough fighters and his experiences as well with the police, who did a lot of joint exercises with the regiment on those jaunts through the bush.
Yes. And the good thing, one of the chapters in the book covers the 70s and the 80s. They deal with the National Union of Freedom Fighters and the activities, how the army was reconfigured to protect the communications throughout Trinidad and Tobago, within Matura, Mount Blow, and Brigham Hill, as the case may be, and the expansion of the military into camps throughout Trinidad and Tobago, Siparia, Point Lisas, Tobago, and eventually the army reconfigured back to battalion camps, and it's just in Camp Auckland and Kumota Barracks.
Excuse me. Now, sir, before we go into why you decided to chronicle these events, I don't know if you remember this, but I want to share it with the audience because someone asked me the last time we did it and we forgot. So, the regiment boys on the Carnage rampage. Now, for those of you living in Carnage, something happened even before some of you were born. I see the Brigadier smiling, so let me share it with you. It is known to almost everyone that any part of the world where there is the military, there's a bond, an unspoken code, one for all and all for one. Those words soon became reality when, in May of 1963, a soldier was badly beaten and stabbed by a villager in Carnage. This unfortunate episode eventually took a turn for the worse between soldiers of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment and villagers from Carnage. Here's what happened. Looking back at the situation after some 50 years of the regiment serving this nation, soldiers are now and have been for some time welcomed in Carnage. But in the early days, when Chagaramas was out of bounds to all civilians, an incident occurred that started a chain of unfortunate events that ended on a very serious note. One afternoon, Sergeant Brown, who was on duty at Teteron Barracks as Provost Sergeant of the regiment, decided to tour the area on the outskirts of the Teteron camp. On his arrival at Scotland Bay, he observed a small fishing boat tied up alongside the beach. Sergeant Brown became very suspicious as there was no one around. He untied the boat and set it adrift, and after surveying the area to make sure there were no other intruders, he left for Teteron Barracks. 4 men who had occupied the boat returned and saw the vessel drifting out into the ocean. 2 of them swam out and retrieved it. Those 4 men became very annoyed and, realizing that members of the regiment were responsible for their misfortune, decided that what was done to them will have to be avenged. The 4 were residents of Carnage, a village located a short distance from the Chagaramas. Immediately after they returned to the village, various versions of what happened began. To unfold. Began saying, while they were at Scotland Bay on what they called their fishing expedition, they were fishing a few hundred yards from the boat, which was secured on the shore. Then suddenly, some soldiers from the army camp came up in a jeep and began to rough them up, then threw them into the water. Following that, the soldiers released their boat that was tied up on the beach. Hearing that, most of the villagers became very annoyed, and that started a standoff between some villagers of Carnage and members of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, with the villagers having the upper hand because, in most cases, whenever conflicts arose, discipline always kept the soldiers restrained. Harassment of the soldiers by the villagers from Carnage continued on a daily basis, and on a number of occasions when the soldiers were waiting at Green Corner, Park Street, for transport to get to the camp at Chagaramas, there would always be a few villagers awaiting transport there too, and they would harass the soldiers. Patronizing the nightclubs in the Carnage was also an issue, as the soldiers always were the better men in the eyes of the women at the clubs, and most times that spelled trouble. The army authorities found the situation intolerable. On a number of occasions, the matter was reported to the police, but those reports apparently fell on deaf ears. All those reports had gone unheeded by the police, and what happened at the Carnage a few days later was not completely unexpected. Those similar incidents on a smaller scale went unnoticed. This was the first time anything of this magnitude had ever occurred. One afternoon, after attending to some army business in Portsmouth, though Sergeant Brown was returning to Teteron barracks on his motorcycle. Passing through Carnage, he noticed a soldier being beaten by some villagers in the area of the main road. Immediately, he parked his motorbike and made his way to assist the soldier. The sergeant got involved in the fracas and was stabbed with a knife by one of the villagers. He was taken to the hospital, attended to, and transferred to Teteron barracks. When the news of the stabbing incident reached the army camp, soldiers took it personally, and the retaliation pot began to boil. Sometime after, without announcement or fanfare, a few trucks filled with soldiers rolled out of Teteron and headed to Carnage. Did what needed to be done, and returned with every soldier feeling that their actions were justified. That night, at about 9:15 hours, the then Commissioner of Police C.J.W. Carr and other top police officers visited the area, and later that same night, the commanding officer of the regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Pierce-Gould, told the press the matter was being investigated by the police and that the regiment would hold its own inquiry. Very early the next morning, the newspapers carried a headline that read, "Regiment Boys on Carnage Rampage. Preacher among 5 injured." It stated that about 150 members of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment in commando style last night left a path of destruction along a strip on the Carnage main road. 5 persons, including a Wayside Baptist preacher, were seriously injured. Many others suffered minor injuries as cars were overturned and windshields smashed. 4 business places were damaged, and a bus driver escaped serious injury when a large stone was thrown through the windscreen of the bus. The article went on to say this incident came after a member of the regiment was badly stabbed, beaten and stabbed in the area. And that, folks, is what happened in Carnage on that fateful day. Brigadier?
In the book, it is captured in 1963. The newly formed Defense Force grabbed the attention of the national community with two different kinds of action that impacted the communities and society on separate islands of Trinidad and Tobago. In Trinidad on Friday, the 10th of May 1963, in response to a stabbing incident of a soldier the previous day, a number of army vehicles filled with soldiers left Teteron and descended on the nearby fishing village of Carnage. The confrontation that ensued between the soldiers and the villagers left a path of destruction along a strip of the Carnage main road. Business places were damaged, cars were overturned, the windscreen of a bus was shattered, a wayside Baptist preacher and other civilians were injured. The officer who led the soldiers in this foray into the community earned the sobriquet, the swordsman of Carnage. Which wasn't a cough me if I read it.
The swordsman of Carnage?
The swordsman of Carnage. I think he's a little too old to cough me these days.
He's still alive?
Oh yes, he's still alive. In Tobago, on September 1963, Hurricane Flora struck and caused extensive damage to property, fauna and flora. The Army responded in its first national disaster deployment and assisted the Tobagonians in clearing roadways of debris and repairing buildings and family homes. That was the two incidents that happened in 1963. The Solomons are carried a well-known individual. As a matter of fact, he had him on your program before.
Who is this?
I wouldn't say it is, but he had him on your program.
Who, the same person?
Yes, the swordsman.
The swordsman?
Seriously? The swordsman. Okay, you tell me off air. Yes. So what prompted you to chronicle these events? Yeah, I mean, you're retired now and you decided to do this. What prompted this?
Yeah, we need to document the history of the military in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is what I'm set out to do. In different areas. The first would be this book on 1990, but then I'm going to do another book on the military operations of the Defense Force in the 60 years since independence. Because there are a lot of different operations. My intention really and truly is to highlight the individual soldiers who participated in the history of the Defense Force. Both sailors and soldiers, and I say Defense Force, and now we have Air Guardsmen. So in my documentation, I'll be putting names of soldiers so that you will know who participated, what, where, and how. Right. So that is my intention.
I know one of the things that that I myself, and I think Garth as well, have learned in our investigations and conversations with persons who were there in 1970 is that there were two things. One was the lack of recognition for Bailey, the soldier who died on the hill that day, and his family. He was a young man. He was the father of twins, married, and his father is still alive. We actually
he passed away actually.
He passed away.
Yes, he passed away.
He was, in his 90s, and I think there should have been more recognition of his life and his service, and the fact that he was the lone casualty of the events of that day. And the second thing is the family of Colonel Luke. We also interviewed, the surviving members of his family and what they experienced on that day as well has not been recognized, and they're still hurting to this day. They of course grieve for their father, and they had to beat a hasty retreat from their home on that day with the Coast Guard shell in the hills, where just below where their home was located on that bend. So I think the regiment, the Defense Force has some work to do in terms of righting those wrongs, or at least paying homage to the men and their families in the aftermath of those events, and documenting the history of what took place.
It is not just 1970; it's also 1990. There is no recognition of the person who was killed at the Red House.
Yes.
McLeod, the constable, was killed at the police headquarters. Superintendent George who was the officer in charge of the detail on the 27th of July, was a member of Mounted Branch. As a matter of fact, he taught me to ride horse. He was also killed in 1990. I am at pains to get a picture of Leo Devines, who was the member of parliament for the Martin, who was killed, who died, in 1990 on this Sunday.
Seriously?
Yeah.
And Parliament doesn't have a picture of him, PNM doesn't have a picture of him, and I'm at pains to get a picture of Leo Devines to put in the book.
And his family, what about his family? You should be able to get something from the family.
As a member of Parliament, you would think that
you think
they would be at least
Parliament
an
should have a
official
picture of him?
too, yeah.
Or the PNM would have a picture of him?
And he held a portfolio, actually?
Yeah.
Okay, because normally they would have pictures of people with portfolios hang,
So on the website, the parliamentary website, see if you can see a picture of Leo Devines.
No picture at all. Wow. Okay, so
but that is why I'm trying to document. There's a whole lot of things. For instance, at no time in 1970 did the Coast Guard fire directly on the soldiers, nor did the soldiers at any time fire directly on the Coast Guard.
Yes.
Correct.
The Colon base steamed into Teteron barracks after Captain Spencer left his red vehicle. I didn't get
the famous
chance to
red
speak.
vehicle.
Yes, speak about that. Went to Stobles, and the Colon Bay came, as Kelshall will tell you about, and fired. But they were flying blind. They couldn't. They were knew that there was something going on by the bunker, and as Lou Jones was saying, that people was between by the cookhouse was the Russian stores is before the bunker. And they had no line of sight. Normally, in combat, what you have is a forward observer. Somebody would go and then would direct, so you tell you you're falling short, or you increase your range, as the case may be. They were just fine at the bunker, and the shots, there was ineffective fire. Because they were going into the trees and so forth.
Yeah, Kelshall did admit to that. And that the bunker was at the time by the quartermaster stores wrong there?
On the roadway opposite the quartermasters.
Right.
They couldn't see it from the sea.
They couldn't see it, yes.
Right? So they at no time fired the soldiers. The soldiers had Carl Gustav, they had machine guns. They didn't fire the Coast Guard vessel. Instead, Squingy went out and spoke with them, and he along with Cecil Bernard, that is documented, and they left. And then when the convoy was going again they fired the hillside. Yeah. Again, Rafik Shah said, do not fire on the Coast Guard vessels.
So was it plain to say then that they had no issue with each other? They had no beef with each other.
They had no beef with
so
each
they
other.
didn't really, because as Admiral Kelshall said, if they had swept that Beaufort and in the line as these soldiers were on the roadway, it would have been a bloodbath.
Yeah, but then again, if the army had fired the Carl Gustav at the Coast Guard, they would have sunk.
They sunk the boat.
Yeah. That just happened in Ukraine,
right?
With the Russian the Moscow, they call it.
Yes.
The Russian route to Moscow was sunk by a Ukrainian missile. Flagship of the Navy.
But so our contribution to this, we would like to see at some point, and I don't know which chief of defense staff will agree to do it, but we hope it happens. When you hear the testimony of Kenneth Luke, his sister Charlotte, and their brother deceased Jerry, you'd have realized that they were, first of all, in our conclusion is that Colonel Luke left them in that position. He could have done better by them. Because from the time you know what was going down, you should have gotten your family. You should have never left that up to your eldest son to get, because they barely, as when you hear his testimony, rounds hit their vehicle leaving, you remember where they live, right? On the hill, and just inside the Coast Guard, and they were smack dab in the middle where the convoy stopped.
Yeah.
In my mind, Colonel Luke should have never left his son, his eldest son, to evacuate his family. That should have been done
at
by
the same
troops.
time, in defense of Colonel Luke would have been one of those detained in Teteron.
But understand, right, when he came to Teteron, but he was in Ogden first. As we understand, he was in Ogden at first.
Okay.
And again, as I said, just like Commodore Williams got his people out, right? So, because Charlotte mentioned seeing Commodore Williams coming up the hill by his house. And he told them, look, let's get out as fast as possible. So he secured himself and his family, but he left them. And so we were suggesting that that corner right there by Crow's Nest, if somebody would think outside the box and name that corner the Luke Bailey Way or something, give it a name with recognizing both families. So young sailors, young soldiers could ask a question when they see that, who's Luke, who's Bailey? And that way we'll keep the history alive of 1970.
Correct.
You know, I don't know if there's anybody occupying the residence today, because we have photos of that residence. Thank God we got photos from it, from Delano. And but I still think that in recognition of these two people, Bailey, who died on that corner, and the Luke family, paying tribute to them, I think, you know, it should be some renegade enough to name it the Luke Bailey Way at some point.
I know there were plans to start renaming a lot of the camps and so forth after people who served. I know it happened in terms of the Air Guard. The Air Guard station is named after Justice Cross.
Right, or the Cross. Right. Yes.
Who they are now dealing with the book, the hero.
Right.
So his name, that is named after him. But that should be done. And again, it's because our history is not documented. Hence the reason why I'm taking the thing to document the history of Trinidad and Tobago, to say who did what, when, where.
Yes. Yes. Monitor Patrick Bailey, and he's confirming that Mr. Bailey passed away about 6 weeks ago. Yeah, he was in charge. He was the first person in charge of Mounted Branch.
Okay.
Who a lot of officers, I understand, learned to ride under his care and his watch.
Bailey or George?
Bailey.
George was the ASP that got killed in 1990.
Right.
Right. Yes.
Bailey was the father of
Bailey who died.
Clyde Bailey, who died. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. As I said, chronicling of our history, I think we could do better.
Oh yes. Could do a lot better.
If you ask the average young soldier right now about 1970, they may not be able to tell you.
Correct.
You know.
Correct. From 1990, for that matter.
70 and 90.
Yeah, you know, and I think it should be set up in a way. There should be a part of the force where it's designated to like a museum library kind.
Well, there was a military museum by Gaylord Kelshaw.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know the state of it now that he has died. I know his wife was continuing, but I don't know.
They were struggling. They were struggling to keep it going. Well, let me just say, you know, which shouldn't be, because we visited that museum and it is packed with military information.
All kind of
packed
artifacts and.
I mean, they even have some reenactments inside there. First time I get to see a submarine periscope is in real life is. At that museum, there's a lot of Gaylord Kelshaw did a lot of work, Brigadier.
Because Trinidad and Tobago played a key role in World War II.
Yes.
It is here that the aircraft carriers did their training, etc., in the whole Battle of the Atlantic.
Yep.
That is why German submarines would come and attack Port of Spain Harbor.
Okay. Wow. Folks, before you run out of time, let's take a couple calls. Brigadier, if you have anything else to add before.
Yes, we'll take your phone calls at
622-3937. We have in studio with us Brigadier General Ancil Antoine, and he's giving us excerpts from his soon-to-be-released book.
Attack with full force.
And you also in command in 1990. You commanded.
I was at the TTT.
You are TTT. Right. So you will tell us about your experience at TTT next Sunday when we play Purmel. I don't know if you recognize everything
Purmel was with me at TTT.
Purmel was with you?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
And Purmel had a very good account of what he did. I remember him mentioning you in his contribution, if I'm not mistaken.
He did.
Purmel is captured in the book. Sergeant Anthony Purmel, chapter 26 in the book is about Purmel.
Don't make joke.
A whole chapter.
A whole chapter.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
And David's Canterbury is chapter 27. Yes, sergeants who participated
wow.
in 1990.
Wow. 622-3937, good morning.
Hey, morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Nice program, useful information.
Thank you.
Let me ask a question. In the context of wars that we see now, I mean Ukraine mainstream and the kind of battles that they have in there, how do you place our 1970 revolt? I mean, it must have some. It could be psychological. It couldn't. It don't necessarily have to be the war machine as such. But in the context, in the broader context of what people are experiencing now, and what we experienced in 1970, how you please it?
Brigadier?
If the Coast Guard had engaged the Army, and the Army had retaliated or engaged the Coast Guard, then you would have had a battle being fought. But as I mentioned, the Coast Guard at no time fired directly on the soldiers, and at no time did soldiers fire directly at the Coast Guard. What the Coast Guard did was fire at the bunker, because they were told that they were trying to get ammunition, etc. out of the bunker. There was no line of sight, there were no forward observers, the fire was not accurate. And then, of course, the soldiers went out, Scringy went out to them and told them to desist. In terms of the convoy, again, the Coast Guard fired at the hill, and that is what Garth is speaking about, close to the home of the Lukes, to bring down the hill. Again, the Army did not engage the Coast Guard vessels, so therefore there was no battle in 1970, really and truly, between the Army and the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard did their job, which was to prevent the Army from coming out of Teteron by shelling the hill and preventing the convoy from using the roadway.
I get the impression, I would want to say on both sides, we had sensible people.
Correct.
There was discontent in the street. But unlike what we've seen internationally, our guys in the end were very sensible fellows. Otherwise, the thing could really get nasty.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yes.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much, caller.
Thank you.
622-3937. Good morning. 622-3937. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. This is Mr. Billy again. I am very happy and delighted on this Easter Sunday to join your program.
Thank you for joining us.
Dependency. I just want to congratulate the Brigadier who is here at the studio for documenting all these very important time of the military. I was so happy to be listening and hear some things that went on with one Sergeant Brown on the boat and all these things,
Yes.
And it's so nice to know that you even gave a suggestion of naming the hill there by closeness up there after some people who have, experience during this 1970 and all these things. And the Bailey family was close to my family because what happened, Mr. Bailey used to live in a place called Rossland. He was our neighbor at the time when he was at the St. James Barracks Mountain Branch. So he also has a son. I think you should know this, and the Brigadier should be aware of this too. He has a son who used to be in the army too, named Brian Bailey. He was in training wing and that kind of stuff, right? Okay. That was his son also. But the one who died, who got it in his head, that was an elder son, right? And I'm saying that it's nice to document all these things. And I want to thank the Brigadier for taking the charge, and really doing this, because so many things the younger soldiers, that you rightfully say, don't have no kind of history. They could pick up a book. And I understand that the late Ulrich Cross, I think something was named after him. You all put that in this place. Yes. And I am saying others could be done too. And don't forget Komoto Barracks, Brigadier, you played an indelible mark in that camp there too. And you must also document that too, right? I work under you there as the man in charge of transport. And you remember the amount of good work we do up there. So do not forget this kind of history too, right? You played a very important part in the engineering battalion. So thank you all and have a blessed and a safe day.
All right,
thank you for joining this program. Very nice.
Thank you very much for calling.
Thanks a lot. 622-3937. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, host and hostess.
Morning. Go
ahead,
sir.
Major Jack.
Yes. Right, Garth, remember my voice too good, boy. Brigadier, I just wanted through this medium to congratulate you on a sterling effort in the context of recording this history. I want to particularly mention the testimonies of Kenneth Moore, the impassioned testimony of Kenneth Moore and Lou Jones.
Yes.
And I fully endorse the consideration of naming the hill as described and recommended by Garth and Natasha. right? About the family that Brigadier probably offline. I'll talk to him more about that.
Yes.
Or even Garth with that situation with the Luke family.
Yes.
Because it's the first time I am hearing about that trauma, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know, a family who were resident down there, and it's worthy of mention. Keep up the work, Brigadier. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, Major. Thanks very much.
And we do have, again, we do have the three siblings of Major Luke and his wife on record describing what happened on that day to them and since. So it's very powerful testimony from them, and we are happy that they agreed to, to document their experiences for us.
Because I think anybody never done it before
Never
with
knew.
anybody. They never knew anybody, and if you're interested, we can let you hear it.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very telling. Good morning. Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
2714, 2777, and then Antoine.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Is this Brigadier Antoine?
Speaking.
Yes, Marla.
Who is this?
3714. Marla.
3740. Repeat.
Bala. Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How you doing?
I'm fine, Queen's here, man. I want to get a copy of that book.
Well, yeah, as soon as the book launching, I'll ensure you get a copy.
Okay. Nice hearing your voice, man.
Nice hearing your voice as well.
Nice to hear you, Bala. What's your number again, Bala?
2740.
Bala, you know that was my first number in Army. My number was 3740. And then they changed it and they said the youth campers.
777. Who is
Yes.
777?
They said the youth campers will be given precedence over us young soldiers. So you got my number. I went to 3777.
Really?
Right.
Yes.
I know your number, fan.
Yeah. And the youth campers, but then they put the 2D girls. The 2D girls brothers who were not youth campers, but who father drove Brigadier Surrett. Suddenly, they got precedence over me as well. Life is strange.
Yes, bro. Nice hearing your voice, man.
Yeah, great to hear from you. Great to hear from you.
Nice,
Yeah,
Bala.
we had good time. We had good times.
Yes. All right, Bala. Stay in touch.
Yeah, man. Thanks again, man. Listening to you all day, man. Every Sunday.
All right. Take care. Take care. Queens. Okay. Hello. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning to everyone.
Morning.
Special good morning to my schoolmate, Brigadier General Antoine. Now, there's something that was never captured in this whole scenario in 1990.
Who is speaking with us, please?
A caller.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, well, I rather not. When I'm through, you'll understand why I rather not call my name.
Okay, go ahead.
It's for the Brigadier airs only.
Well, no, not really. At the time, I was a Lance Corporal in what was then called the Volunteer Defense Force. And at the same time, I was the security manager of the telephone company, which was then called Telco. I received information that there was communications coming in from somewhere in the Middle East, Trinidad. I had all the telephone numbers and everything, and I notified first the second in command of the what they call it, the police, the special branch. I gave them all the information. They did nothing. I then went to the army, and I spoke to then called Major Penny, who was in charge of the special unit of the army intelligence. I gave them all the information. Nobody did anything. I told them there was some activity going on between the Jamaat and the Middle East. So we set up a telecommunications checkpoint to find out how those calls were going through, because we noticed that they were billed to the Mokorapo Senior Comprehensive. And We did a check. We realized there was no tampering of the lines, anything of the sort. But the calls were billed to that school. We eventually found out that there was a senior individual, because all the calls were being done in the middle of the night. And we found out that a senior individual at that school was permitting certain people from the Jamaat to come into the school to use the telephone at that time. And there were thousands and thousands worth of calls. I told the Army particularly that something is imminently going on because of the frequency of the calls. But nobody took us on. 2 weeks later, the call, the coup came across. At the role I had, I was able to give the Army a series of vehicles from our Laventil compound to the Army, some to the police, so they could have patrolled the area and whatnot. But you see, the full story of that, I had always promised to get on to the Brigadier to give him more details. I've kept copies of all the telephone numbers, all the contacts, not of the people before the coup, but doing what I had to do during the coup to ensure that the Army and whatnot. And you know, the funny thing is, nobody ever recognized what the security officers at Telco had played a role in ensuring that the telecommunications in the country was not disrupted. As a matter of fact, there were certain key points that the special branch were notified that must be protected. And when it happened, they did not recall. I had to call them to remind them. I had to dispatch security from the telephone company to guard those positions. Now, we had quite a number of men working with us. My security department was about 250 people. But we did not have the kind of firepower because at those days, the head of the police was not allowing us to have any more firepower than we already had. I personally had gone across to the town hall where there were 2 police officers on duty. I told them we have the manpower, they have the firepower. Can we liaise together? They were so scared, they just said, no, nobody coming in here. They took off their tops and they were hiding in the back.
So, excuse me.
So, yes?
Yeah, no, we ran out of time, and
yes.
I want to think
well, that's what I was saying at the time.
You could have a chat with the Brigadier here, private. You have a lot of information. I don't know if the Brigadier.
Let me just say, in the book, Attack with Full Force, the activities of Lyndhurst Murray and Cedric Cole at TSTT is recorded for their role they played in 1990. Okay?
So when we get to 1990 in July, we could elaborate more on that. Gary, 622.
Thank you very much.
622-3937, 622-3937. And I want to reiterate, sir, that I don't know who could make the recommendation, but I think, and I hope Major Jack we could follow up on this. I really would like to see this happen. And I say, when you hear from the Luke family, you'll understand that there's a piece of the puzzle that needs to be added to the 1970 military situation.
Okay.
It must be added. We cannot leave them out. Hello, good morning.
Hi, morning Garth, morning Natasha, and morning Brigadier Antoine.
Morning.
Well, I wasn't around in 1970. Although I was born in 1970, I wasn't around. So I'm not sure as to what really transpired and the build up to it, but I was around in 1990. And because of a very close relative who is a senior member of the Defense Force now, he was just a private at the time. I am wondering if we are any better prepared now than we were in 1990 and in 1970. And I direct that question to both of you because, God, you were also a member of the Defense Force. So I'm directing the question both to the Brigadier and yourself. Is Trinidad and Tobago's army properly prepared now as we speak, or the national security apparatus? Are we much better prepared now than we were in 1990
Good
and
question.
1970?
Good question. Brigadier?
The defense force has evolved over the years.
Greatly.
In 1962, it was just one unit of the regiment and unit of the Coast Guard. Now we have a regiment, we have a Coast Guard, we have an Air Guard, and we have reserves. All the officers, the senior officers in the defense force are well trained in all the military schools abroad as I was trained. The question is, do they have the necessary equipment to facilitate any activity coming up in terms of a crisis? The training is there, the structure is there, I think the manpower is there, well, manpower is there. I believe that they have the equipment. Warfare has evolved, as you are seeing happening in Ukraine, where a mighty World War II army with tanks and artillery is being put to task by missiles. You ask the question, is the era of tanks over? Right? Is the era of vessels coming close to shore over? Because the Russians have pulled back their fleet from close to the Ukraine border, seashore, because they lost their flagship. So things, warfare is evolving, the military is evolving, and our military is well trained. The officers are well trained. We went to all the military schools abroad. We have an NCO corps that is excellent, so that the crisis will determine, just like President Zelensky in Ukraine, the crisis might bring forward the personnel. In 1990, the crisis brought forward Brigadier Joseph Joti Theodore, General Ralph Brong to the forefront to deal with the negotiation, the hostage crisis, and the amnesty. The events and the activities will bring people to the front. So I have no doubt that in any crisis in the future, that the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force will be able to handle it, a situation that occurs, given the context of what it is. I don't know if it is something that requires assistance from abroad. Part of the our allies will come to assistance if it determined. But if it's a local issue, yes, I believe the Defense Force has the capability of dealing with it.
Well, so this is where we have to leave it. We have major news coming up at 12. We continue part 2 of this discussion next Sunday, God's willing, and you will hear from the men who started it and the men who ended it. Kelshal, Bloom, LaSalle, Shah, and of course the Brigadier will join us, among others who Lou Jones, Colonel Salandi, Modest, you name it. We're going to have a nice little military Sunday here. And remember, folks, the Luke family,
yes,
we need to keep them in our prayer,
yes,
because
the Baileys as well.
The Baileys as well, but the Luke especially, they suffering from PTSD to this day.
Yep.
Because they were actually caught in the line of fire. They had to escape, Bronx hit their car, all of that, trying to leave Stobles to get before the shelling started, you know.
And they returned to this travel house, that was the other thing too.
Yes, and they returned. To hear Charlotte describe of what they saw when they returned to the house, because the house was really trashed. And it turned out from Lou Jones's testimony is that Luke really was not loved that much by the men. So they paid close attention to his quarters when he was there. And when she spoke about what they saw when they returned to the quarters, you know, the fridge with maggots just crawling out of the fridge, and what they did, I mean, you name it, they did it to that place. And I think in recognition of that family, that corner should be named after Luke and Billy. Folks, we thank you very much for joining us. We're going to have an even more exciting edition for you next Sunday, God's willing, right here on our Independency. We're not going to do 11 parts, so, you know, as
again,
happened the last time.
All 11 parts are on our YouTube channel.
Yes.
If you have the time, please take a look, take a listen. And you'll hear all of the testimonies from all of the soldiers, sailors, and civilians who were part of that 1970 revolution.
Major news up next with Mr. Sterling Henderson. Thank you very much, folks. Talk to you again.
Good afternoon.
Happy Easter.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is the most influential name in radio, I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at noon.